This is the procession for Sergeant Eric Mueller. We just left the Burnett Funeral Home here in Rockland, Ontario. We are heading over to the Canadian Tire Center for the funeral service, which is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. The family, his colleagues, and friends in the procession, and the public here showing respect. This is the procession of Sergeant Eric Mueller. We're just leaving Rockland, heading towards Ottawa for the funeral service, which is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. People are gathering on the outside of their homes here in the communities. Ottawa Fire here standing at attention. A beautiful tribute to the life of Sergeant Eric Mueller. Thank you. Just coming up to Trim Road here. Thanks to the Auto Police Service and all the members here of the OPP Golden Helmets assisting with the traffic control to allow Eric to get to the funeral service for 11. We're on Highway 174 now, heading towards Ottawa. And I see an overpass up ahead here. Fire service vehicles, Canadian flags, police, members of the community, all here to show respect and honor to Sergeant Eric Mueller, person standing on the side of the road by himself. It's a beautiful sight and a beautiful tribute to Sergeant Mueller. Thank you. We just passed 10th. We're on Highway 174, heading west into Ottawa now. the procession here of Sergeant Eric Mueller, just getting off of Highway 174, entering Highway 417 west into the city of Ottawa. We left Rockland a short time ago, heading towards the Canadian Tire Center in Ottawa for the funeral service, which is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. Again, overpasses are flooded with first responders, emergency responders, members of the community, all paying honor to Sergeant Eric Mueller. All these exits and overpasses. A beautiful tribute. Thank you. As we get closer to the Canadian Tire Center for the funeral service, we're just passing Highway 416. We're on 417 westbound here through the city of Ottawa, heading towards Canada and the Canadian Tire Center where the funeral will take place. Thank you again to all the people that have come out to show support and honor and respect to Sergeant Eric Mueller. The procession will continue here to Palladium and onto the Canadian Tire Center grounds as we prepare for the funeral at 11 o'clock. as we see the Canadian Tire Center off in the distance, the overpass is still covered with first responders and members of the community showing honor and respect to Sergeant Eric Mueller. We are nearing the site for the funeral, which again is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m. We've now exited Highway 417 and very near the Canadian Tire Center now. procession is now moving towards the Canadian Tire Center. We will be following behind momentarily. The funeral procession is now just crossing over Highway 417, making their way onto the property. There will be thousands of officers lining the route as they circle around the Canadian Tire Center. The procession is just heading around the Canadian Tire Center now. Members of the OPP and other police services all across the country and even United States are lining the road here. And we will wait for the procession to make their way back.
If you are able, please remain standing as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem, O Canada, performed by Provincial Constable Richard Pauls.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras se porte l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
If you are able, I ask that you please remain standing as we observe a moment of silence to honor the life of Sergeant Mueller. Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Stephanie Patterson. I am a Chief Superintendent with the Ontario Provincial Police. I am deeply humbled and honored to be presiding over this ceremony as we celebrate the life of Sergeant Eric Mueller. As a Chief Superintendent, we carry constant fear of losing one of the members in our command. We watch the calls that come throughout our region, and we worry every day about the safety of our members. When the unthinkable happens, especially when it's one of our own, it has a profound effect on all of us, our officers, leaders, our families and friends, and our communities. I was transferred to East Region and became Sergeant Mueller's regional commander just days before the tragic events that led us all to be here today. Please be seated, everyone. It weighs heavily on me that I did not have the opportunity to know Eric personally. Over the last few days, I have had the privilege of speaking with many who knew him. I have heard time and time again about the incredible man that he was, a man who left a resounding impression on all those who had the pleasure of knowing him. Last week, many of us watched as Sergeant Mueller was escorted home. I participated in his passage and was personally affected by the heartwarming display of those who came to be there for Eric. The journey from Ottawa to Rockland passed along communities and under overpasses where fellow officers, emergency services personnel, and members of the public lined the streets and bridges to honor Sergeant Mueller's sacrifice. They stood in solidarity with one of our own. We saw the flags, salutes, and hands placed over hearts. We witnessed and felt the deep and profound grief together. My grief over the past few days has been compounded by the fact that just 4 months ago, we were gathered to honor Constable Greg Pershalla, who also paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. I thank everyone who attended then and each of you who are here today to honor our fallen colleague. During these emotional and difficult times, I ask that each of you continue to be there for one another. We need to support each other more now than ever. To D Platoon and all of the Russell County Detachment, Hawkesbury, Grenville, and Leeds detachments, know that we are here with you. We will continue to support you as we struggle to get through this painful time together. At this time, I acknowledge the family of Sergeant Eric Mueller. With us today is Eric's widow, Marie-France Etier, his mother, Jeanette Mueller, sisters, Kathy Mueller and Nancy Lafleur, and brothers-in-law, Chris Wood and Francois Lafleur. Thank you for sharing this day with us and for allowing us to pay our respects to Eric. We stand with you in our grief and share in your grief. Today, we are honored by the presence of the Honorable Elizabeth Dowdeswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Michael Kersner, Solicitor General, representatives from all levels of government, chiefs of police and their members from across the nation, the Ontario Provincial Police Association President, John Sarasulo, Police Services Board's members, representatives from emergency services, the Warden of the United Counties of Prescott Russell, Norm Riopel, the Mayor of Clarence Rockland, His Worship Mario Zanth, Indigenous leaders, our own members of the Ontario Provincial Police, and members of our communities who join us remotely. On behalf of the Mueller family and Commissioner Karique, I welcome you all to today's service. Today, we will hear from several speakers, including members of government, police officials, and family members. At this time, I invite the 29th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Her Honor, the Honorable Elizabeth Dowdeswell, to the podium.
Good morning. Commissioner Karique, Premier Ford, members of the Mueller family, and all who are grieving. Courage, resilience, service. These are among the most cherished values in our society. We often think of them as abstract ideals, qualities that we can only strive towards. Today, they have a face and a name, Sergeant Eric Mueller. Thousands of people from across the country have gathered to honor him today. We are here to uphold his memory. We are here for one another, especially for Eric's fellow officers who are still recovering, and most of all, for his loving family. Ontarians mourn alongside you. We do so with empathy and gratitude for the sacrifice you have made. Entend que représentant de Sa Majesté le Roi, et au nom de tous les Ontariens, j'offre mes plus sincères condoléances à Marie-France, Jasmine, Hugo, Jeanette, Kathy, Chris, Henry, and the entire Mueller and Ethie families. Today we gather again in the wake of a profound tragedy, an injustice, an incomprehensible loss. And again we struggle with a mix of emotions, sorrow, anger, and grief. And now, disbelief. Disbelief that this could happen a fifth time in such a short period of time in our province. At one of the recent funerals, I turned to the words of our late sovereign, Queen Elizabeth, who said, "Grief is the price we pay for love." Now, after loss, it seems a price that has become much too heavy. But while today is about recognizing loss, it must not be about despair. We honor Eric best by meeting this difficult moment with the strength of character that Eric demonstrated throughout his life, with the courage that he and two officers who accompanied him showed this province, showed this country on May the 11th. The courage to answer the call, to go out in the middle of the night, in the dark, to put the safety of others before your own. I'm only an outside observer to Eric's record of heroism, but I know it runs deep. Those stories deserve to be told by his colleagues and remembered by those he served. Perhaps only his family can really provide insight into his resilience. In the face of being injured in the line of duty after being hit by a tractor trailer, Eric spent months and months recovering. An incredible challenge met with perseverance. He remained resilient and made a full return to the road. And beyond any one simple act, Sergeant Mueller showed a remarkable commitment to duty and service, day in and day out, over more than 20 years in uniform. Courage, resilience, service. Today, we know that the pain will not end at the conclusion of this ceremony. Neither will the tears or the deep sense of loss that grips us tightly. In the days, months, and even years ahead, which will be trying for many, may we call upon the memory of Eric. When we're hopeless and scared, let us have the incredible courage that he possessed. When we've been knocked down, let us have the resilience that Eric had to get back up and keep going. And as a society, when we struggle to find a way as to how to respond to these terrible events of the past year, let us be guided by that unshakable sense of duty and service to others that Eric exemplified. All of us play a part in answering the call to create a safe environment in which to raise our families and to protect those who protect us daily. It's a call to all of us that rang out on September the 12th in Mississauga, on October the 11th in Innisfil, on December the 27th in Hagersville, and on May the 11th in Bourget. It's a call that we as a society cannot allow to fall on deaf ears. It was only 11 days ago that we gathered at the Ontario Police Memorial at Queen's Park. Engraved on the monument are the words, "Heroes in life, not death." That is not a passive phrase. It's an obligation, our obligation to Eric, to all those who share his profession, to his family and friends left behind with memories of what was and dreams unfulfilled. Nous nous souviendrons d'Éric et des formidables idéaux qu'il incarnait comme un appel à nous tous, un appel à nous améliorer et à honorer notre humanité commune. We will remember Eric and the incredible ideals he embodied as a call to all of us, to our better selves, to our common humanity. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Your Honor. I now turn the podium over to the Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Doug Ford.
Your Honor, Deputy Premier, Solicitor General, and Commissioner, it's an honor to be asked to speak today to pay tribute to Sergeant Eric Mueller. Eric's life was tragically cut short at the age of 42, leaving a void that will never be filled. For 21 years, he courageously and selflessly dedicated his life to protecting our people and our communities. He was a proud member of the Ontario Provincial Police, and we're so proud that he was part of the Ontario Public Service family. But Eric was much more than just a brave officer in uniform. He was a beloved son, brother, husband, and father to Eric's wife, Marie-France, and his children, Jasmine and Hugo, to his mother, Jeanette, and sister, brother-in-law, Kathy and Christopher, and their whole family. I want to extend my deepest condolences. My heart goes out to you as you mourn this terrible loss. Eric made the ultimate sacrifice on our behalf, on our province's behalf, and we'll be forever grateful. Thank you. To Eric's police family at the Russell County OPP Detachment and across all police services in Ontario, I'm so sorry for your pain. We all grieve with you as you mourn the loss of yet another brother. Every day you put your life on the line to protect the people of Ontario. And I want you to know attacks against police officers will never, ever be tolerated in this province. As Premier, I will do whatever it takes to protect you and the communities you serve. Just 2 weeks ago, I spoke at the Ontario Police Memorial Foundation Ceremony of Remembrance to remember and honor the police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty over the past year. Tragically, this year, we added 5 names to the memorial wall. And it's just absolutely devastating that next year we'll add another name, Eric's name. I didn't have the privilege of knowing Eric, but it's clear from the stories I've heard, he was loved and respected by so many people. He always wanted to be a police officer. It was his passion, and it showed. He was dependable, hardworking. He would raise his hand for some of the most challenging, time-consuming cases, but he also knew how to have fun. I'm told he had a great sense of humor, and that his colleagues would have to keep an eye out because he wasn't afraid to pull the odd prank. As a friend, people say that he was the kind of guy who would drop everything without hesitation, always ready to lend a helping hand. Even the things no one else wanted to help with, be it helping someone move or roofing or renovation work, he was always there for a friend in need. And he was so devoted to his family. He always wanted to be a father. And over the past 2 years, he was blessed with Jasmine and Hugo. And I'm told he was such a great dad. And while Eric's death was so tragic, so unfair, I pray that his legacy of courage, dedication, and selflessness will live on in his children. Jeanette, Marie-France, Jasmine, and Hugo, and to all Eric's family members, friends, and colleagues, I want you to know that our province will always remember Eric for his service and for his sacrifice. We owe him and you a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Thank you for sharing him with us. We will keep you in our prayers and our thoughts. And may God bless our women and men in uniform. And may God bless forever Sergeant Eric Mueller. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier Ford. I now welcome the Solicitor General of Ontario, the Honourable Michael Kerzner, to the podium.
An author wrote, "Without a family, man alone in the world trembles with the cold." Sergeant Eric Mueller did not tremble in the cold. He was warm. He had his family. He had a profession that he loved. And Your Honor, Premier and Deputy Premier, Secretary of Cabinet, parliamentarians, commissioner chiefs, leaders of the associations, and dear friends. And to Eric's family, his wife, Marie-France, his children, Jasmine and Hugo, his mother, Jeanette, and Eric's siblings. Our words today will never be able to begin to address your inconsolable loss, and we know that. But Eric left us a legacy of kindness and honor. Everyone passes, but not everyone lives. Eric lived. Not everybody takes a chance to live, and many of us go through life sleepwalking, oblivious to the world around us on autopilot, but not Eric. Eric lived. And we learn a lot from how he lived, and you couldn't help be swept up in his story from Brockville to Prescott to Rockland, and being introduced to his wife, by his own mother. He believed that there was a righteous opportunity to do good, and that's how you live. He helped teach us in his life who we are and where we stand and how we stand and how we can make a difference in a person's life. To his colleagues, he was inspired and inspiring, and he cared deeply, and he pushed people to be better. He was a person that you wanted in your corner when things got tough. And he knew not only how to care, but when to care. Eric belonged to a brotherhood and sisterhood that was special, a community that supports each of their own, helped up by the strength of the police associations across Ontario. And we especially think of the OPPA today. Eric knew his job came with risk. He knew this, but he also knew that when you join the ranks of public safety in our province, you are part of a story greater than yourself. Also in our thoughts today, especially today, are Jeff Northrup and Andrew Hong and Devin Northrup and Morgan Russell and Greg Parashala. Their loss to our province is fresh, and so is our pain. We are a peaceful people who want to live together in harmony. And the reason we are free to do this is because of each one of you who keeps Ontario safe each and every day. And we cannot let this tragedy change who we are. Je voudrais transmettre un message à tous les Franco-Ontariens. C'est aussi un message à tous les agents de police et à tous les premiers intervenants présents ici aujourd'hui. Le soutien de notre gouvernement à votre égard est absolu et sans relâche. En tant que solliciteur général, je continuerai à travailler chaque jour pour assurer le bien-être de nos policiers et nos premiers intervenants. Pour le Premier ministre de l'Ontario, pour le sous-premier ministre de l'Ontario et pour moi, c'est personnel. Tout le monde a le droit de se sentir en sécurité chez soi et dans leur collectivité. Chaque personne, y compris nos agents de police, mérite d'être traitée avec dignité et respect. Qui dit Ontario sécuritaire, qui dit Ontario fort. Nous ne laisserons pas cette tragédie ébranler notre détermination à assurer la sécurité de l'Ontario. Let us look back to what Eric achieved. He achieved honor and duty and family. And each of us can choose to step in and to step up and elevate our goal to achieve something meaningful. We can each leave our communities better than we found them, and Eric did. We each have an ability to find our own life's path, that we can do something good every day, that we can help someone without them knowing it, and when they least expect it. And even a fraction of who Eric was stays with those who knew him, his OPP family, and the rest of the province, then without a doubt, Ontario will be a better place. We will remember Eric. An author wrote, like a rock thrown into a pond, a person who has achieved excellence creates ripples of inspiration, leaving a lasting impact on those around them. Marie-France and Jeanette and the entire family, with all our hearts, he will be with us always and forever. À vous et la communauté policière ici présente, notre soutien est absolu, sans relâche. Et nous comprenons partout où vous irez. Our support for you is absolute and constant. Wherever you go, we will go with you. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you, Solicitor General Kersner. I now introduce the Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, Thomas Carrique, and welcome him to the podium.
The Honorable Elizabeth Dowswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. The Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario. The Honorable Michael Kersner, Solicitor General of Ontario. Ontario Provincial Police Association President John Cerasolo. Dignitaries representing all levels of government. Members of the OPP Russell County, Hawkesbury, SD&G, Leeds, and Grenville detachments. Police, military, and emergency services personnel, along with family, friends, and survivors of law enforcement. Thank you. Thank you for being with us today as we remember and pay our respects to Sergeant Eric Mueller. Marie-France, Jeanette, Kathy, Chris, thank you for the honor and privilege of paying tribute to and honoring Eric on behalf of the Ontario Provincial Police. Today I stand before you in shock and disbelief, as it was just over 4 months ago we gathered in a very similar setting to grieve the murder of Provincial Constable Greg Piershala. When I awoke to a phone call at 2:58 a.m. on May the 11th, I thought, please, please, Lord, it cannot be. Please do not let this call be the serious injury or death of one of my officers. It simply cannot be. Certainly not after the unprecedented and unacceptable rash of police officer homicides across our country. This pattern of violence being perpetrated against the police is not my glorious and free Canada. The one I love, the one our Canadian Armed Forces fought for, the one police officers in our local communities proudly stand on guard for. We need to ask ourselves if our police officers, the very ones we rely upon for our safety and security, are not safe, then who is? We are a free and democratic society whose very rights, freedoms, and quality of life depends upon our dedicated and brave police officers. As was the case on May 11th, while the majority of Canadians slept peacefully in their homes, that night and every night, police officers risk their physical safety, psychological well-being, and the sanctity of their families so we can live glorious and free. They are our first line of defense, protecting good from evil, and all too often, the last hope, and in some cases, the only real assistance available to the most vulnerable in our communities. These real-life superheroes, like Sergeant Eric Mueller, deserve to be protected by laws and supported by systems that prioritize both public and officer safety and effectively mitigate the very real and present dangers posed by violent offenders, mental disorders that are likely to result in serious bodily harm, and the access to firearms used in the commission of a crime. Our officers, your officers, and frankly, Canadians deserve nothing less. This marks a pivotal time in our history as Canadians. Who will we be as a nation? I, for one, would like to imagine a future where Eric's children, Jasmine, who is only 21 months old, and her little brother, Hugo, who is just 8 months, will safely attend a school and positively interact with uniformed police officers just like their very own dad. A young boy who loved to play with police and military toys. Eric's mom recalls him coming home from a career fair, so excited, so passionate about the thought of becoming a police officer. Today, at a time when violent crime is rising, police officers are questioning. They're questioning their willingness to risk their lives and the future of their families, while others are fearful to enter this noble profession. We need to restore respect for authority, the rule of law. We need to maintain trust and confidence in the police by opposing those who unjustly vilify the very protectors dedicated to, and in some cases, giving their lives to serving and protecting us. For the officers who are picking up where Eric left off, we have a collective responsibility to dig deep within ourselves, to find the courage, strength, and resolve needed in these unprecedented times. The same heroic mindset exemplified by the officers and paramedics who risked their personal safety, coming to the aid of Eric and our injured officers. To each of you, I am eternally grateful. The unfortunate reality of life is bad, unfair, and unimaginable things happen. And when they do, police officers are the select few in our communities who overcome the fear and the apprehension of ordinary people to be the extraordinary ones, driven by a sense of duty and an intrinsic desire to selflessly respond, taking on an enormous responsibility others are unwilling or unable to. They are the guardians we all turn to in the time of despair, the hope, the refuge, and safety we all pray we will never need. But we take great peace in knowing there are officers like Eric, willing and able to protect us. As I have said before, I believe with all of my heart and soul, being a police officer is not simply something someone just does. It is not just a job. It is who we are. Eric was one such officer. In 2008, amongst other injuries, Eric sustained a fractured right leg, requiring 3 surgeries when a wanted offender intentionally struck him with a tractor trailer on the 401. With lasting pain and after much rehabilitation, Eric returned to heroically serving and protecting Ontario. A prime example of which took place in 2014 when Eric and other officers physically lifted a burning vehicle to remove and save the life of an injured driver. A courageous leader who was respected for his knowledge and competence, a coach and mentor, someone who brought out the best in everyone, colleagues and community alike. A leader who felt more like a friend than a supervisor. He put people first, their safety, their well-being, and their development. With a special gift to communicate and make meaningful connections. Over his 21 years of exemplary service with the Ontario Provincial Police, Eric peacefully de-escalated and resolved countless situations, truly exemplifying our values of interacting with respect, compassion, and fairness. Eric's legacy will stand the test of time as an inspiration for all of us to challenge ourselves to do and be better. Sergeant Eric Mueller, your brothers and sisters in blue have it from here. We will do as you did and would have done. We will courageously and tirelessly continue to serve with pride, with professionalism, and with honor, while relentlessly pursuing community safety and the security of Ontario. Sergeant Mueller, you truly are a hero in life. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will now invite the President of the Ontario Provincial Police Association, John Sarasolo, to the podium.
Dignitaries, Commissioner Kariq, members of the Ontario Provincial Police, and police from across Canada and North America, distinguished guests, and most importantly, Marie-France, Jasmine, and Hugo, to Eric's entire family and the Etier family, on behalf of the OPP Association, we offer our sincere and deepest condolences. Being a law enforcement officer is a calling. There are few professions as noble as those that leave every day for work in the pursuit of service, protecting the public, believing you can truly make a difference in protecting the community. For most officers, we couldn't imagine another way of life. It is what we do. But ours is an inherently dangerous job. We know this, but we go out and face the unknown every single day with bravery and fortitude, ready and willing to face danger in the name of duty. Unfortunately and sadly, Eric is the 112th police officer to die in the line of duty and be added to our OPPA honor roll since the formation of the OPP in 1909. Many loved ones and colleagues of those officers will be listening today and will relive their pain. We will always remember them, heroes. When we kiss and hug our loved ones at the beginning of each day, like any other job out there, we expect to come home after our shift. But that's not always the case, as is evident as we gather today to honor one of our own, taken from us for doing what he loved, for protecting and serving our communities. For all of us here who answer the call to service, every kiss from your spouse, every hug from a child, every moment with family means a little bit more. Without their love and support, our service would not be possible. For those who knew Eric, the pain is very raw and is beyond words. To our two members, the police officers injured in this tragedy, you are heroes indeed. In an ambush situation, no one can see this coming. You both did the best that you could, and we thank you for that. For our members, the police officers, doing everything they could to get to the scene and eventually arresting the suspect, thank you. Your actions were brave and heroic. To the members, The communicators, call takers who dealt with the call, you are often overlooked for the important work that you do. Thank you for your dedication to service every day. We will continue to work alongside the Commissioner to ensure our people will have the best equipment, the best training, and staffing to meet the ever-increasing demands in our communities. It is difficult to say goodbye. Eric touched so many lives, so positively, and so he will live on in the hearts, minds, and actions of us all. Eric leaves behind an amazing legacy and has left this world a better place. For that, we will always be grateful. To the wives, the husbands, children, siblings, friends, colleagues, and all those here today who have been touched by Eric's life, there are no words capable of providing sufficient comfort. All we can do is pledge our constant support and promise to be by your side from this moment forward. We will honor Eric by carrying on his legacy and leading our lives as an example for others to follow. I would like to thank everyone for being here today to show respect for our fallen brother. We say goodbye to Sergeant Eric Mueller, but he will never be forgotten. Hero in life, absolutely our hero. Rest in peace, brother.
Thank you, John. Amazing Grace will be sung by Mr. Robert Pilon, accompanied by Ontario Provincial Police Constable Chris Gilbertson and the pipe majors of the police pipe bands. Mr. Pilon, if you would.
Amazing grace, oh, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, oh, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, oh, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, oh, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Was blind, but now I see.
Thank you, Mr. Pilon and Provincial Constable Gilbertson. At this time, I welcome Mr. Chris Wood, Eric's brother-in-law, to the podium for a few words of reflection.
I have the immense privilege of speaking on behalf of our family today. Eric's mother, Jeanette, our family-in-law, Pierre, Diane, Nancy, Frank, his wife, Marie-France, and his beautiful babies, Jasmine and Hugo, and his baby sister, my wife, Kathy. Our family would firstly like to extend our heartfelt thanks and support to colleagues throughout the emergency service who tirelessly worked to come to the aid of Eric and the two hero officers who stood by him on that devastating night. We are forever grateful for your bravery and fortitude on this night and every night that you work to keep our communities and our families safe. We are thankful to have met so many of you yesterday and to hear the stories that you had of Eric. The respect and the love that we felt was overwhelming, as is the support that we as a family have received during this difficult time. Our thoughts are with the officer who is still receiving treatment. We had the honor of meeting his parents yesterday, and we pray with them for his quick recovery. In recent days, Eric has been described in so many wonderful ways by friends and colleagues. The gentle giant, a mentor, a coach, a wonderful family man, a hero. And as heartening as this is, these are a fraction of what Eric was to his family and to those who loved him. Beyond the badge which he so proudly wore, Eric was first and foremost a family man, a dedicated and loving father to Jasmine and Hugo, a role he'd been waiting to take on since meeting and marrying his cocotte, the love of his life, Marie-France. And although family life had eluded them for a long time, they channeled their love and devotion as incredible godparents to their niece Leanne and nephew Henry. Finally, our little miracle Jasmine arrived in July of 2021, albeit very eager to meet his parents, being 25 weeks premature. But emulating her papa, Jasmine's determination and strength to overcome even this greatest of challenges has seen her taking her first steps only a few months ago to her parents' proud smiles. Jasmine harvested a love that continues to grow stronger by the day. In fact, it grew so strong that in September of last year, as you have heard, we welcomed baby Hugo to the roster, completing this beautiful family. And as a family, they found great joy in the simple pleasures of life: gardening, cooking, baking, DIY, and especially family gatherings. Eric was everything to our family. The bond Eric held with his mom, Jeanette, was truly unique, as I'm sure every mother and every son will understand and feel. A relationship based on love, patience, respect, and for Eric, peppered with his incredible sense of humor. They lent on each other for guidance and support. And I've never known a mother with more pride than when Mama Jeanette would mention her son, my Eric. To know Eric is to know that his sister Kathy and him are quite simply opposites. Eric thrives on structure, routine, and stability, whilst his sister is more the free-spirited type. But they are forever bonded by a close childhood filled with daredevil adventures of trying to fly parachutes off mountaintops, driving cars, and building forts in the wood. And whilst physical distance was always a fact of life as their careers grew, they are forever inseparable in good humor, respect, and by an unconditional love of family, especially their mom, Jeanette. I know Kathy will miss seeing her brother coming through the door with his bear hug, his cheeky grin, his sparkling eyes. Hey, sister, nice to see you again. Eric is forever a part of Kathy's heart, and I know she looks forward to him visiting her in her dreams. Eric brought a sense of security and protection. He always made sure things were okay. Eric had the uncanny ability to bring discipline and lightness all at once. He was able to bring instant comfort with one hug, share his approval with one cheeky smile, and found humor in life's imperfections. Above all, Eric lived to protect those he cared for the most. And although the manner of it was so senseless, we try to take solace in knowing he died doing what he loved. Eric, you will be remembered for your courage and your devotion to your community. Your devotion to your community and to your family. You will be remembered by the garden you have cultivated in your family home, the beautiful flowers you planted that will continue to bloom in your honor, and amazing things you have built to make your house a home for your wife and children. You will be forever in our thoughts and our hearts as you live within us and all around us. And as with your brothers and sisters in the forces, we will do our best. We will do our very best to take it from here. In your memory, Eric, we love you.
Chris, thank you for those touching words. Speaking on behalf of his colleagues, I now welcome Provincial Constable Steve McDade to the podium.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I know Eric would have appreciated the showing of support. The first time I met Eric was in 2006. I was an auxiliary constable returning to the Prescott detachment when I crested a hill and saw an officer with 4 cars pulled over. He was an intimidating looking man, standing almost 6.5 feet tall, with a shaved head and stern look. I stopped to ask if I could assist him. He said no, but he appreciated the offer. I learned later that he wrote a book of tickets just that day alone. I was hired a year later and posted to the Prescott detachment. That's where Eric and I began working on the same shift. By this time, Eric had developed a reputation of being a hard worker. In between calls for service, he was always out on Highway 401 looking for his next traffic stop. He enjoyed the thrill of interdiction work on highway and was known as having a keen eye. One night, my coach officer was off and I was still on probation. Eric graciously volunteered to take me for the night. I knew I'd better be on my best behavior and follow each and every instruction that he gave. During the shift, he mentioned he was severely allergic to certain foods. Obviously concerned, I asked him if he had an EpiPen. He said he did not, but if anything happened to him, I had to promise him one thing, that I would never, ever, under any circumstances, give him mouth to mouth. He looked over at me and smiled, and it was at that moment that I knew that we shared the same sense of humor and would easily get along. In 2008, our shift was attempting to arrest a subject that was unlawfully at large. The suspect fled in a tractor trailer and pinned Eric between the trailer and the cruiser, shattering his leg, among many other injuries. He underwent a number of surgeries, and for quite some time, it was unclear if he would be able to return to active duty. But Eric was determined. After many months of rehabilitation, he returned to the office on light duties. One evening, we were working, and I got a call from Eric to pick up someone and bring them to the office. I didn't think much of it, but I did what I was asked. I later learned that he had been taking calls while confined to the office, finding any way he could to do the work that he enjoyed. I think he outnumbered the shift in calls for service that year. Eric was the person you could always count on, regardless of the circumstances. Any time of day or night, whether it was work-related or personal, Eric was there for advice or just to simply lend an ear. I and many that have worked with Eric learned most of our officer safety skills from him. No matter where you were, you constantly had to be aware of your surroundings. Whether he jumped out from a dark office or behind the coat rack, you always had to be ready. So many people have stories of being pranked by Eric. One thing that's common is that if he was around and had a mischievous grin, you knew you had to be careful. He'll get you when you least expect it. When December 1st came along every year, you could always notice a change in Eric's mood. The Christmas season was upon us. This meant 24-hour Christmas songs, extra patrols of the best decorated neighborhoods, and that inevitable phone call that he had found an extra special house he wanted you to come check out. Even while going to the most chaotic call, Eric would have a big Christmas smile while singing along to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or Jingle Bells. I feel like I never worked a day that Eric and I were together. I was paid to come in and spend 12 hours with my friend, having fun and sharing laughs. He was the guy that everybody wanted to work with. He was dependable, smart, and always willing to help out. One day we were talking and he told me he had met a girl. He said she was quiet and sweet and he had feelings for her. Soon afterwards, Eric introduced me to Marie-France. I noticed the way he smiled around her and the connection that they shared. You complemented each other in so many ways. I was not surprised when their feelings would blossom into love and the two would later marry. Eric truly adored you, Marie-France. You were his whole world. When he was around you, everyone saw the real Eric, compassionate and caring. He was indeed the gentle giant. One of Eric's passions was cooking and growing his own ingredients in his gardens. Everything that he made was great, but he had such high expectations of himself. If there was something that wasn't up to his standard, he would put it aside and start again. I would graciously volunteer to take it off his hands, like any good friend would do. In 2014, we both transferred to the Brockville detachment and were again put on the same shift. There are so many fun stories that circulate throughout the office that even though he had left 4 years earlier, they are still referred to as Mueller moments. While at the Brockville detachment, he also volunteered as the auxiliary liaison, which was fitting as he had been an auxiliary in Hawkesbury prior to joining the offender transport unit in Ottawa. He was very proud of our auxiliary program. About 5 years ago, he was promoted to sergeant and transferred to Russell County. I was very sad to see him go, but very, very proud that he had achieved his goal. Eric had spent many years in the Castleman area when he was young, and he enjoyed returning there, being able to speak French on a regular basis. One day he called me and told me Marie-France was pregnant. He was so excited to be a father. And about a year later, they welcomed a second child. I kept in contact with Eric when he moved to the Russell County detachment. He said everyone on his shift were great officers, and he felt he was so lucky to have been assigned to that particular platoon. But I have no doubt that the feeling was mutual. I was working the night Eric passed, and it broke my heart. Although there are many faiths and beliefs of what's happened in the afterlife, we all share one thing in common. We will miss the people we love. Everyone that met Eric grew to love him. And I will miss you, my friend, but I will see you again someday.
Thank you, Provincial Constable McDade. Next, we will hear from Chaplain Warren Vollmer of the Frankfurt United Church. He is here today to share a message of support. I now call upon Chaplain Vollmer.
I begin with a reading from the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This psalm is a story of love, of God's love for all of us, for all of God's creation. As we have gathered today, we have heard stories of love, of the love that Eric had for his community. Over this past week, I have shared the story of love of his colleagues. I have felt that love so profoundly. We do not wish to be here, but we are. And in the midst of this time, we come as those who honor this marvelous, loving person, Eric. We come as these who reflect his stories in the world, in our living. And we have seen great respect shared in the community for the gifts that Eric has brought into the world, this love from so many people. But why are we here again? The Commissioner touched on this. Most of our speakers have. Why are we here again? I have heard since the end of COVID lockdowns, so many people say to me as I talk to them, everybody seems so short-tempered. We seem to have lost our ability to be kind to one another, to be patient. This day of honoring is powerful and important, but if we are to live with this honor into the future, we need to decide what our story will be like. Eric's story was a story of joy and of fun, of professionalism and excitement in the work that he did, the love that he had with his family, the wonderful cooking, as we just heard. The skill he had to do projects, his backyard is amazing. I do projects, I got nothing on him. Beautiful work. He loved, obviously, everything that he did. That was his story. How do we change our story to reflect that kind of love for one another? To be able to take a step back from our anger and our impatience, to take a moment to create some space and some distance and some time to think more carefully about how we want to be with one another. This is how we create these communities that create safety for our officers and for one another. When we step back from those moments of profound anger and consider the neighbor beside us, when we change our stories to be stories like Eric's, to be stories of love, to be stories like the Psalm, a story of love. I pray that we will honor this one that so many loved well, this one that represents for us, even if we didn't know Eric personally, represents for us so many in our communities, that we should not be here doing this but we do it with great respect and honor for this one who lived his life fully. May we create stories so that his daughter and son, Jasmine and Hugo, may in years to come say, this was a moment where people honored their father and changed their behavior, changed so that they would love one another. I come to you as a Christian minister, and it is the simplest call of our faith is to love one another. No matter our faith, we live as people who have stories, and I pray that our stories will be stories of kindness and of compassion, of hope for one another, that will build our communities as Eric did in his living, that we too will be those who will take up this call to be kind and compassionate, to step back from those places so that we might be good for one another and to one another. Let us take up this call. Let us pray. Gracious and holy God, we pray that we might find love in our hearts, that we might find these gifts of possibility, that we might find courage to step back from our anger and to seek instead the good for one another, to recreate our communities, oh God, in this way that we've loved as Canadians, to compromise and to be kind, to say sorry, even when we don't need to. We thank you for the ways that these build our communities, to create safety for one another, and in particular for our officers. And this day we pray for Mark, for healing for him. You might walk with his family. For this we know Eric would want us to do. Continue, God, to nurture us, to be with Eric's family, to be with the OPP family, the police family, Marie-France, and Jasmine and Hugo, and all those who loved him so well. Be a strength upon us this day and always. Amen.
Thank you, Father. At this time, the members of the ceremonial unit will assist Commissioner Thomas Carrique as he presents Provincial Sergeant Mueller's forage cap and the Ontario Provincial Police flag to his family.
Slow march. Right. Halt. Right. Slow march.
Slow march. Halt. Turn to the right. Slow march. Slow march. Halt. Turn to the left. Slow march. Slow march.
All those able, please rise. Following the recessional parade and on my instruction, members of the Russell County OPP Detachment, OPP Command Staff, and the executive of the Ontario Provincial Police Association will exit the venue via the south door where the red carpeting leads to form a guard of honor. All others are to remain at their seats and observe the guard of honor and final salute on the display. I now invite the members of Russell County Detachment, OPP Command Staff, OPP Executive to exit via the south door.
On air. I know.
Bye.